welcome to our beautiful auditorium. My name is Diana Rivera Hernandez, and it's so nice to have you join us today for our winter showcase. In the WUFSD music program, we are busy learning how to play an instrument, read music notation, and sing with proud voices. Up first is the WUFSD string group. We hope you enjoy our music.
Thank you for listening to our performance of songs from our lesson book. Coming up next is the WUFSD Wind Group. While we set up the stage, please enjoy some solo piano playing by Sky Soha.
Thank you, Sky. That was a really nice, great piano playing. Hi, my name is Oscar Marcia and I play the clarinet. Please enjoy this selection of tunes from our lesson book. very much. My name is Hansel Joe, and we're so glad you enjoy our music. Vernie Blair will play some solo piano while we bring out our next performance.
Thank you, Marini. That was some very fine piano playing. My name is Aiden Mamaha, and next up is the Howling Vocal Group. Performing Lovely to See You and Let's Sing On. Please enjoy.
Wonderful day, we're passing my way. Knock on my door and sing Will you please play us a little music while we bring out our final group of the morning?
For that great musical play. My name is Jacob Ramos and I play the electric guitar. I am pleased to introduce the final group today, the Powell's Lane Rhythm Section.
morning this has been. You have been a fantastic audience, and we thank you very much for joining us today. Mr. Costello and Mr. Baker for helping us to prepare today's performance. Thank you to Ms. Perez for helping us to create the Winter Wonderland Snow Globes project on display in the lobby. Thank you to the Westbury Administration and Board of Education for supporting music in our school. We wish you all a healthy holiday and a happy new year!
So please stand and join Mr. Ramirez's class in reciting our Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And Mr. Ramirez.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. They worked very hard on this, and you can tell you guys did a great job. Mr. Ramirez, thank you so very much. You spent so much time. What are we going to start? So now we're going to switch to virtual. And starting our virtual part of our concert will be Miss Gagliardi's band students. So she is here. She's going to work with the tech people to show you how wonderful these children have grown. The children come in twice, I'm sure you know, because you other people who get them here. So we'd like to thank you so much for getting your children here every Monday and Tuesday morning to work with Ms. Gagliardi. And then they say that the children are in their classroom watching this virtually, so they hear you clapping for them. All right, and now I'm going to turn the mic over to Ms. Gagliotti.
Welcome parents, welcome guests. I'm so happy to have you back here with us at Drexel Avenue. Again, I'm Ms. Gagliardi, the band teacher. And as you saw, our students worked really hard to put that together for you. It is not easy to stomp and clap and play an instrument at the same time. Let me tell you that. It is not. So they worked so hard, and we have a student who has really excelled. Last year, Alan, I'm going to embarrass you a little bit, Alan. He went to the NISBA Solo Festival virtually, the first time they ever did it online, and he got a perfect score. So that doesn't happen ever. So give him a difficult piece, he comes back the next day and he hasn't learned. He has such great work ethic and grit. So today he's going to play a solo for you, and he is going to come up down, get set up, and I'll accompany him on the piano. Again, this is Alan Herrera-Roque from Miss Missouri's 5th grade class, and he's going to play the first Noel on the trumpet. This when she was helping me figure out who goes first, she says, and then I get to embarrass Alan. But he's undaunted, Alan. Take a look at this boy. He's cool as a cucumber, this guy, guys. Let's go. Alan Herrera. Alan Herrera and Ms. Trumpet, they are certainly going places, right, Ms. Gagliardi? And thank you, Ms. Gagliardi, for accompanying him. A round of applause. Alan is pleased. So next we have Mr. Brenner, and the families in the audience, you might not hear about Ms. Gagliardi unless your children play a band instrument. You might not hear about Ms. Butchie, you can see later, unless your children play an orchestra instrument. But Mr. Brenner, your children, everyone in this room, your children, your child, sees Mr. Brenner one time a week. He goes into their classes one time a week, and he works with the whole class. So if you're ever at a loss for what to say to your child, say, tell me what you did in music this week with Mr. Brenner. So here we go, Mr. Brenner.
And this is his chorus. Coming out to line up.
Good morning, parents. Good morning, administrators, teachers, and around in classrooms. It is a pleasure to perform with you today, and we've missed this very much. We've had practically 2 years where we didn't have live performances, so we're pretty excited to start doing this. So thank you for joining us today, and on behalf of the chorus tonight and the fourth grade members, we would like to wish everybody happy holidays. The student that was playing the Jingle Bells is Olivia Helmer.
So Mr. Brenner divided the chorus into two because we couldn't fit everyone on the stage and we still follow protocols. So thank you for that. And I see Dr. Toledo is coming. I said that you're going to try to be here. Hello, Drexel families. How are you?
It is so wonderful to see you here. Buenos días. Qué alegría me da verlos aquí. So I was in a meeting before, and I'm so thrilled to join you. So let's keep on with the show. Who's on next? It's so great to see you.
I'd like to make a correction. The group you saw were the fifth grade members. This group is the fourth grade members. Yay! Thank you. Hopefully that performance will liven things up a little. I like to have a slow number first, then a faster number. And I hope you're tapping your toes and enjoying. Our soloist today was Adeline Bellis. I'll tell you a story about Adeline. I've known Adeline. I've known him since they're in first grade. So I watched them grow up. And I always know at a young age when the students just have it in them. And they just want to be little show stars. So Adeline, since she's been really young, she always wanted to have her moment. So I gave her her moment this time. Good job, Adeline.
One more round of applause for music. So next up, we're going virtual again. So we're going virtual again, and the virtual part is the Drexel Avenue Teacher Choir. And Mr. Brenner helped the teachers with this, and I always said to myself as he's helping, is he saying to himself, oh boy, it's easier to work with the students than it is to work with the adults. But at any rate, here comes Brandon, our tech expert, and he's going to make this happen. Mr. Brenner, I just said, I always wondered, did you say it was easier to work with the children than the people on the screen right now? But you don't have to answer that. Don't have to answer that.
I'm thinking in my mind something. I'll not say it out loud.
Mr. Brenner, your hard work, sweat, and tears certainly paid off, but you still don't have to answer that question. I think you kind of know the answer. But that was a wonderful, I know we had a lot of fun doing it, and thank you for your hard work. We are going to end our performance with the orchestra now, and we're going back to live, and this will be Miss Butcher's students playing jingle bells. So Miss Butcher is getting ready to start running. I'm going to go find Miss Butcher. Oh, Miss Gagliardi's going to go. So this gives me an opportunity to say again, many, many, many thanks to Brandon and Xavier from our tech department. They are here, as I said, like we meet them. And absolutely not, the three of them were in the same room at the same time. Mr. Brennan, Ms. Gagliardi, and Ms. Butcher. Thank you for making this happen. I think it's just so important that we have families here. We're back together. We're almost back to normal. Fingers crossed. And hopefully the next time we are together like this, we will not have to limit one family member per performance, because we would love to see this room teaming. We used to have a teaming with standing room order. So we're keeping positive thoughts. But thank you. We can't. I thank the tech people. I thank our music department. And the biggest thanks goes out to you. Number one, for sharing your wonderful, beautiful, talented, intelligent children with us. They keep us on our toes all the time. It is just a joy to be around them. We're thrilled to have them in the building 100% of the time. And your hard work and dedication to your children, that does not go unnoticed by us. It's very evident what you teach your children, and it's so nice to know that they're hearing the same things at home and at Drexel.
And Ms. Fellows, I just wanted to let the parents know, we also give a big thank you to Ms. Smith, helped with all of the decorations that you put on the stage. And before you exit the building, we do have children's artwork displayed. So thank you also to all of our talented artists.
So Ms. Smith is your child. Everyone in this room, as I said, your children see Mr. Brenner one time a week for music. They see Ms. Smith one time a week for art. So another good question, when, because I know you get a lot of, I don't know, nothing. So when you wanna, when you wanna try to start a conversation, so what happened in art this week? Tell me about what happened. So Miss Butcher is ready to go with her beautiful musicians, beautiful and talented musicians. Miss Butcher. Ms. Butcher and her orchestra students, jingle bells. Good job, boys and girls. Good job.
Thank you, Mr. Bellis. Drexel families, please join me in giving another round of applause to our talented young scholars and their talented teachers. Let's give them another round of applause. And I am so thrilled to see you. I can't wait for us to all be at our dances and doing all of the fun stuff together and welcoming you back, everyone here at the same time. From our house to your house, happy holidays, Merry Christmas, Feliz Navidad, Feliz Año Nuevo, Bon Natale, and Bon Année. Thank you for joining us, and please make sure that you stop by and look at the beautiful art display out there. Thank you so very much. Have a happy.
mic. Check. Thank you. All right. You could stand up. Mr. Clerk, can you please call the meeting to order?
With pleasure, Mr. President. Good afternoon, Westbury family. Welcome to the Board of Education Action Meeting. Today, December the 16th. Trustee Dr. Pless Dickerson.
Present.
Trustee Michelle Wilson.
Present.
Trustee Pedro Quintanilla. Vice President Floyd Ewing.
Present.
Board President Robert Triano Jr.
Present.
Mr. President, we have a quorum.
Thank you. I ask everybody to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and a moment of silent meditation led by Vice President Ewing. Can I ask for a motion to approve the minutes of November 4th, November 9th, and November 18th?
So moved.
Motion has been made by Vice President Ewing. Do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Trustee Dickerson. Ayes. I'm going to start from the end there. I'm going to reverse alphabetical order. Trustee Quintanilla.
Aye.
Trustee Wilson.
Aye.
Trustee Dickerson.
Aye.
Vice President Ewing.
Aye.
And I, Robert Troiano, vote aye. Motion carries unanimously, 5-0. I should note that although Trustees Keynes and Bowling are not here presently, I do expect them to come into the room shortly. We don't have any presentations tonight, right? Okay. Just with respect to the Board President's report, I just want to make note of the fact that there is a resolution tonight that will change the typical meeting nights that the board meets. Typically, we meet on the second Thursday and the third Thursday of each month. And that's the second Thursday is to have the planning meeting where we prepare for the action meeting the following Thursday. Some of you know that I ran for town council in November and won. When I decided to run for town council, the town council met on Tuesday nights. In between my decision to run and my election, they changed to Thursday nights, and those meetings can't be moved, which creates a conflict for me to continue on the board if we're going to continue to meet on Thursday nights. The board members, my fellow board members, have been able to rearrange their schedules, and we've agreed that we are going forward. We're going to meet on the second Tuesday and the second Thursday of each month. That may change at a later date because at least one board member has what may be a conflict on Tuesday nights that may develop in March. So at least for January and February, we will be meeting on the second. Well, we'll be meeting on, if you can give me the dates so everybody knows, I think January 11th and January 18th in January. And District Clerk, do you have the February meeting dates easily available? Want to speak? So January 11th will be our next planning meeting. January 18th will be the action meeting, and then February 8th will be the next planning meeting in February, and then February 15th. And that's all in the agenda, and we will give notice of that as we get closer to January 11th, so that everybody knows when that meeting will be. And then I also just wanted to note that at our last month's meeting, we had a really wonderful presentation by Superintendent Chase. regard to the goals that have been agreed to by the board and the superintendent. I'm sorry, has that presentation been put online yet?
The presentation has not been posted. We're waiting for board approval before we post and share widely.
And so that board approval will come tonight. It's not necessarily required that the board approve those goals, but Dr. Chase felt, and we agree, that it's at least a symbolic, that both the superintendent and the board have agreed to these set of goals. You'll also find that in this agenda, there's been a new addition. At the end of every resolution, there is an indication of how that resolution ties back to the goals. And that, make sure that we are staying on track and that what the business that we're doing is consistent with the goals that are established for the Westbury School District. I'll now turn the mic over to Dr. Chase.
Good evening, community. Good evening to all who are present in the auditorium. And it's really nice to see a somewhat full auditorium of individuals. This evening, we will be acknowledging our fantastic scholars, our athletes, and that's going to take place a little bit later on in today's presentation. I'd like to start today by acknowledging the schools who thus far have presented their winter showcase. I had the opportunity to visit the various elementary schools as students displayed their talent, their perseverance, their resilience, their grit. And what I have to share with you was that it was so heartfelt. A couple of weeks ago, the winter showcases were not going to happen. After conversing with the principals and planning with the principals, it was decided that yes, our children deserve to celebrate the winter holidays. Therefore, the winter showcases took place. And with very little time to practice, I listened to and observed children who performed so well. And here's what I've learned from that. I've learned that children will rise and fall to expectations. We set the expectations high, and they made the mark. In fact, they exceeded them. We knew they could do it. They felt that they could do it. They had committed and dedicated teachers who prepared them, administrators who believed in them, and parents who supported it. Therefore, those winter showcases were extremely successful. I hope you had an opportunity to see some of what the rest of us witnessed today at 6:30. And as you know, typically the students would perform here. But because we know that we are still in the middle of a pandemic, even though some people don't want to admit that we are, we thought that it would be a safe way to view our students through a virtual platform. And so some of you watched here in the auditorium, others of you watched through our YouTube channel, and I hope you had an opportunity to enjoy. It will continue to run throughout the holiday season, and I look forward to more winter showcases in the coming days. As you know, each month we dedicate it to a particular attribute or particular trait that we would like to see for our students as it relates to social emotional learning. Last month, November, we celebrated gratitude. In December, we are celebrating self-discipline. And self-discipline has so many different meanings to so many different people. How we regulate our feelings, how we regulate our thoughts. When someone says something to us that may not necessarily be pleasant, or you may not have received it well, how do we control how we react to it? How do we control to a negative interaction with the person? That's self-discipline. We impart these attributes to our students because our goal is to support their growth into adulthood so that they can make fine choices when they're faced with adversity. But it's equally as important to our adults in our school district, our families, our parents, myself, my administration, our school board. So think about what self-discipline means to you. And Mr. McGibbons, I don't know if you received, but this month we have blue bracelets. There you go, Mr. McGibbons, I see you. And this month we have blue bracelets. Many of our students have received them. Actually, all of them should have received them. You see self-discipline posted around our schools. In addition to that, I am very grateful to Ms. Vicki Sylvain, who is our Family and Community Engagement Coordinator, who has been working with our social emotional support liaison consultant, Dr. Teresa Williams. And what Vicki Sylvain has done was she's worked with elected officials as well as local merchants to put our monthly traits in their stores and help to promote our SEL initiative. So I definitely want to thank her for that. Families, you are encouraged to visit our website to see the monthly tips from Dr. Williams. For each trait, there's a monthly tip, so please visit our website and look for the SEL icon. I want to just share with families, today you probably have received, or you should have received, notification from me with reference to a Nassau County Police Department press conference. That press conference took place earlier today, and I'll tell you why. There is currently a TikTok challenge, and I know you all know what TikTok is, right? Because I'm sure you guys are on TikTok all the time like my children. Well, there is a TikTok challenge that asks students to perform or engage the school in some sort of threat, similar to the TikTok challenge where students were asked to destroy property in their schools. Now, we all know those challenges are absolutely foolish. But when we hear the word threat, and many of you who are Marvel hero comic enthusiastic people will understand this. Your spidey senses start to tingle, right? You know that something is afoot. Threat is a serious concept. It is a serious word, and we take it serious whether it's credible or not. And so what has been happening is that schools across the country have been receiving threats, and these threats come via social media. And of course, our police will act on any threat because they have to assess whether or not it's credible. But there's been a series of threats as of late. Commissioner Ryder held a press conference along with several other superintendents, and what we as a superintendent group here in Nassau County did was we actually devised a memo to our communities to let them know that Nassau County Police Department is committed to our safety. Tomorrow, December 17th, you will see a heavy presence of Nassau County Police. They are targeting our schools and targeting not a negative target, but a positive target. They want to have a very strong presence at many of our schools throughout Nassau County. So if in fact you see police around our school, that is because they are there to protect us and to make sure that these so-called threats are not followed out. Now, for our families who are listening, I'm going to encourage our parents, if in fact you see that your child is on TikTok or Snapchat or some other social media platform, and you might be looking over his or her shoulders, or your child may come to you with something that may not look appropriate, we ask that you please call our schools immediately. It is imperative that you let us know that there is something that doesn't quite look right about a social media post. You never know when it is credible. So please look for the letter that I issued. We can definitely find that letter on our social media. It'll be on our website for you to review as well. I want to just spend a little bit of time talking about, too, the increase of COVID-19 positive cases that you're beginning to hear about in Nassau County. I believe the latest statistic says that there has been a 70% increase in Nassau County since Thanksgiving. That is quite significant. And while that is quite significant in the county, let me be very clear. Westbury Union Free School District is doing a phenomenal job in terms of keeping transmittal low or non-existent. Yes, we have cases, but in an analysis conducted yesterday, we are about 1, maybe 2% of our school family, either you have COVID or they are quarantined. That is extremely low in comparison to what you're hearing on the news in other areas. And it's not a knock to any school district, it's just to make a comparison. So I want to be clear, we have done a phenomenal job in terms of screening, in terms of hand respiratory hygiene. We've kept those barriers up, and even when people laughed at us for keeping those things up, look at our rates. Now, with that said, and we are doing an amazing job, parents, and I really appreciate you with the mask and making sure the kids come to school with masks. We're using hand sanitizer, and we're doing all the right things. I never know when we pivot. I never know when the spread will come into the schools and into our communities. So I want us to continue to exercise caution. And what I am going to encourage our community, our parents, our teachers who are here, our administrators who are here, help us to keep our schools open. We are going on break very, very shortly. Many people will be leaving the state, leaving the country, going out of their community, and then coming back. And we know that that is generally one of the top reasons why there is spread when we actually leave our pod, our circle, our community, and we come back. We will be congregating. We'll be meeting with families and loved ones. We'll be hugging. We'll probably feel the need to remove the mask, right? Because it's the holiday seasons and we're all very festive. We will still be receiving calls and emails from those who test positive during the break. We're going to do an analysis during the break to see where we are in terms of our COVID rate to ensure that we can open school in January. But you can help us to keep schools open. You can help us by continuing to exercise those simple hygiene practices. I will be sending information out to our families early next week before we go to break. I am going to say this. I never know when I have to pivot to remote learning. Always stay ready. Always stay ready so you don't have to get ready. Families, I know that it's really tough to find childcare, but if the school warrants remote transition, I will have no choice. I will do my very best to let you know as early as I can. I don't want to put that hysteria out there, but there is a difference in 2 to 3 days from now. Things can be different. Things can be different a week from now. So I don't want us to be caught off guard. I want us to be forewarned. We're doing an amazing job here at Westbury. I cannot stress that more. We probably have one of the lowest rates that I've heard in school districts, one of the lowest, and we're doing a fantastic job. Let's keep up the great work, Westbury. Lastly, as I'm speaking about school, I want to remind our community that our last day of school is December 23rd. Students will return, as well as staff, will return January 3rd to begin classes. In closing, I wish you all a very happy holidays, whatever it is that you might believe in, and whatever it is that your family celebrates. Celebrate it well, but celebrate it safely. I wish each and every one of you joy, love, and peace during this holiday season. And please remember to take care of yourselves and each other. Now I'm going to pass the baton to my assistant superintendents who will provide information to you all. So I'm going to start with Ms. Mary O'Neill, our interim assistant superintendent for business and finance.
Good evening, everyone. I wanted to let the board and the community know that the budget development process has begun and has been well underway since October. As of today, we've held 9 different budget meetings for individual buildings and departments.
Mary?
Yes.
Your mic's coming in and out, so maybe you can try Dr. Bloom's mic.
Is this better? Yes. Okay. So I'll start over. Good evening, everyone. Good evening. The 22-23 budget development process has been well underway since October. As of today, we've held 9 different budget meetings for individual buildings and departments. In addition to the administrator who developed the budget, we also included other departments in the discussions, such as special ed, facilities, and music, just to name a few, to ensure that we were covering all areas that being addressed. We have our final one scheduled for tomorrow. All of the budgets received will be combined to create draft 1, which will be provided to the board in mid-January. One of the things that we've also been working on is obtaining the ESSER ARP funding, And I'm happy to say we did receive approval for our Part 2 application in the amount of $7.6 million. We will be able to provide funding for 4 social workers and counselors, additional social emotional learning for the students and staff, as well as provide funding to assist us in addressing some of the ventilation concerns. And then finally, based on some concerns and requests raised, Aramark will be restructuring food service staff after the holiday break. In addition, we've been working, district staff and Aramark are working together to reopen the Dragon Cafe at the high school sometime in January. I wished everyone, the entire community, a happy and healthy holiday. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. O'Neill. I'm going to ask Dr. Ronald Valenti to please give us a report on curriculum and instruction.
Thank you, Dr. Chase. Can you hear me back there? Is this good? Good. I'd like to link my report very briefly to the board goals, specifically student achievement, which is goal 1, to alert the board and the community that we have initiated the phonemic awareness, which is goal number 1, letter C, and a word study program that focuses on phonemic awareness, decoding priorities for early grades, specifically pre-kindergarten, and that's where we began with the phonemic awareness, and gradually it has been evolving into the other earlier grades, kindergarten and first, which are also listed in the board goals. Shortly, we'll be moving into grades 3 through 8. Letter D specifically identifies pre-kindergarten in curriculum and instruction, and we have done that both from innovating with the students directly, the over 300 pre-kindergarten students. As you know, we're on contract with St. Joseph's College and Head Start. We have initiated with those students, our students, the phonemic awareness. A little closer. We have initiated with those students both the phonemic awareness and with our teachers the requisite training. Another goal that exists under student achievement is to launch a standardized writing program. We have not formally launched the program, but we have launched trainings at this point for our administrators, and in the spring semester we will continue with trainings for our teachers. Letter F talks to developing, again, a pre-kindergarten literacy and numeracy teams, and tonight the board will be appointing a literacy team of approximately 15 individuals district-wide who will take active ownership of the literacy programs, professional development, and curriculum writing. And this is a top-notch group of specialists throughout the district, ranging from classroom teachers, special educators, ENL/bilingual teachers, as well as other groups represented on the team. And hopefully with numeracy in the February timeframe, we'll be introducing that group as well. Lastly, I would like to say under goal 2, which talks to leadership, culture, and communication. Under leadership, we have developed a district-wide plan for professional development, both in Wilson Learning and in the writing TWR, Revolution approach. Those documents are going to be shared as soon as tomorrow with our leadership team in terms of dates and times for professional development during the spring semester. So I would say that we've met those goals initially, and we'll continue to report on goals as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Valenti.
And happy holidays to everyone.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing those goals. And yes, we will be reviewing them with our leadership team at our monthly leadership meeting tomorrow, and I look forward to those robust discussions. Last but certainly not least, our Assistant Superintendent for Personnel as well as our COVID coordinator will provide us with updates Dr. Bloom.
Thank you, Dr. Chase. And I'm going to start out, instead of finishing with Happy New Year and Happy Holidays, I'm going to start out Happy Holidays and Happy New Year. Okay, I'll say it again. I'm hoping to get a reply. Happy Holidays and Happy New Year.
Happy holidays.
Oh, let's do it again. Let's do it again. I want to see full participation. We have our soccer champions here. I saw your enthusiasm on the field. I want to hear the enthusiasm. Happy holidays and Happy New Year. All right, now we're getting into the festive mood. Amazing how we get into a festive mood just to talk about COVID-19. Okay, so if any of you happen to attend our webinar this past Tuesday night, you attended a fantastic event. We had two of our leading experts from Mount Sinai South Nassau Hospital, Dr. Ronald Marino, who is a director at the hospital, but he is also the medical director of the Westbury Union Free School District, along with Dana Sanneman, who is vice president of public affairs at the hospital, presented a webinar to our families entitled COVID-19 Vaccinations, Everything You Wanted and Needed to Know. And they did an incredible job explaining to our families, geared towards our children ages 5 through 11, about everything you needed to know about vaccinations. And they really did such a wonderful job. They were engaging, which leads into a partnership that we have with the hospital. Starting on January 5th, 2022, the Mount Sinai South Nassau Vaxmobile, which you may have read about recently in Newsday, visiting certain school districts, will begin visiting the Westbury Union Free School District on a weekly basis. Starting on that day, from 4 to 7 at Westbury High School, families will have an opportunity starting now to sign up for appointments to have their children ages 5 through 11 vaccinated through Mount Sinai South Nassau Hospital here at Westbury High School, 4 o'clock to 7 o'clock. These appointments will then be given weekly until we really see a tremendous amount of our children and families taking advantage of this opportunity. Now, what makes coming to Westbury High School to be with Mount Sinai South Nassau to receive a vaccination different than, let's say, going to CVS, Rite Aid, or to another location? Well, coming here, it is under the supervision of a pediatrician from the hospital, registered nurses, and medical professionals that will oversee the process. Very different than going to a pharmacy and having the pharmacist give a vaccination. So we are very excited about this initiative. We just posted on the website information for families to sign up their children for these vaccination appointments and the first round on January 5th, 2022. And we are going to start pushing this out through our communication channels, whether it be ConnectEd, Constant Contact, social media. We are really excited about this partnership, and we're looking forward to Dr. Marino and Ms. Sanneman coming back and presenting a webinar again. If you weren't able to attend at some point in the near future, a recording of the presentation will be placed on the website. So at your leisure, you can watch I was told it's already up on the website. So it is already up on the website, as well as the information about the vaccinations and the link to sign up for the appointments. So we're encouraging our entire Westbury Union Free School District community to take advantage of this wonderful opportunity if you choose to have your child vaccinated ages 5 through 11, doing it locally under the supervision of hospital staff, a pediatrician, and registered nurses. So you're going to hear a lot more information, but if you want to go to the website now, text your friends, text your family members in the district, and we appreciate this partnership with Mount Sinai South Nassau. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bloom. Much appreciated. And again, families, we encourage you to go to our social media as well as our website to obtain pertinent information. It's all there. Typically, when we have meetings, we record it because we recognize that you will have to work sometimes when our meetings are scheduled. we want to make sure that you all have the information. Dr. Bloom, could you just, well, I think I have the answer to that question. I want to be clear that the flyer that details the Vaxmobile is in Spanish, Haitian Creole, as well as English. This information is accessible to all of our families and is open to all. Mr. President, that concludes the superintendent's report this evening.
Thank you all for your reports. We've now come to the section of the agenda where we would typically take questions from audience members. But tonight we have commendations we want to make to some of our scholar athletes. And so you can never be sure how long it will take to get through community comments and questions. So rather than keep all of you from your studies, I know you want to get back and get into your books, I'm going to ask that the board entertain a motion to take the agenda out of order and move the commendations section ahead of the community comments section.
So moved.
Moved by Dr. Dickerson. Do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Trustee Keynes. Thank you. Ayes, Trustee Keynes?
Aye.
Trustee Dickerson?
Aye.
Trustee Wilson?
Aye.
Trustee Quintanilla?
Aye.
Vice President Ewing?
Aye.
And I, Robert Troiano, vote aye. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. We now move to commendations. I'll ask Dr. Chase to move that to start.
Thank you very much. We're so excited to have our girls swim team present. Our girls swim team will be honored tonight for achieving a Scholar Athlete Team Award. I don't want to mess this up, and I know that Doric Capsis can speak to this much better than I. So I call Doric Capsis, who is our athletic director for Westbury. Mr. Capsis.
Good evening. Happy holidays to everyone. Great to see people in person again. New York State Scholar Athlete Team Award is given to a team that achieved a 90 or above cumulative team average. And at the conclusion of each season, we check the team's grades, and when it happens, we send in the information, and we get back from the New York State Public High School Athletic Association gold enamel pins that we're going to issue to each of the girls. And I'm going to bring our coach up because it's her, it's her, coaching these girls to do well, not just in the pool, but academically is how it happens. So big hand for Patty Muller, also our science chairperson at Westbury High School. I'm going to turn things over now to Patty.
Thank you, Mr. Capsis. So tonight we have two of our swimmers. The rest of our swimmers, I'm sure, are at home studying and doing homework, and I'm sure these two will be racing home to do the same. It is an honor for this team. I honestly can't even count how many years this team has achieved the Scholar Athlete Award, but every year they seem to get it. So they really work hard. They work hard in the pool. They work hard in the classroom. As coaches, we don't accept anything less. We always feel that academics do come before athletics. They are students before athletes. But if they can be successful in both, of course, we encourage the same. These girls truly work so hard. Majority of them are in honors classes. They're also excelling in their AP classes, earning college credits before they even step foot on a college campus. So these girls really put tireless effort into their academics, all their classes, as well as in the pool. Hopefully, next season, we might be able to have some visitors at our swim meets, so we look forward to having some spectators cheering everybody on as they compete. We'd like to thank you for cheering us on throughout the season, even if it was just from afar. But they truly, truly work so hard and deserve all the recognition that they receive. So thank you, and just to give the shout outs to those who did come, we have Linda Liu here and Alani Manvahal. These are two sophomores who I also had the privilege of teaching in 9th grade Regents Physics, which is a pretty difficult course to begin with. So not only are they accelerated in those academics, but they are strong swimmers in the pool. And standing next to them is my wonderful assistant coach, Mr. Muller from the middle school, one of our science teachers down there. And without his help, it wouldn't be as successful as it is. Thank you, Mr. Kapsis. Thank you, everyone.
Ms. Muller, just a question. How many students do you have on the team?
This season we had, I believe it was, if I remember correctly, because we're in boys season right now, we had 8 girls on the team. And, I'm sorry?
You had 8 young ladies that averaged over 90.
As the team average, yes.
Excellent.
And I forgot to mention that we also have a certificate that we're going to issue to our coaches from the state that signifies they won this award, and we're going to post that in the hallway as well at the high school. Congratulations.
And if we can do this as well, could we name each of the young ladies that were not there so it's in the record?
So off the top of my head, we have Chelsea, right, so we have, when they calculate it, they do take the 5 top. So what you're seeing in the agenda tonight is the 5 top students, but our other students also excel. Those are the ones that are listed. So the 5 top students that were also on the swim team and had the highest were Chelsea Connell, Helen Duran, Lizbeth Jimenez, Linda Liu, Alani Manbahal. We also had Nicole Saavedra, Morgan Belcher. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Now, I love when we can celebrate the academic achievement of our students. Congratulations, ladies. Please keep up the good work. We are very, very proud of you.
Okay, our second commendation from athletics is going to be for our varsity boys soccer team. And as some of you know, we played fall sports last March and April. So the boys played last March and April, and they had a good season, but we didn't get as far as we wanted. And I would say maybe 10 seconds after the last game, Coach Valentini was already talking about what we were going to do to prepare to be more successful this year. And that included, spring activities, summer leagues. It's just a year-round thing. And a lot of people don't know that, but Coach Valentini, I used to say this about basketball here a few years back. I'd say, is he a 365 guy? Meaning, is that coach, passionate about it, 365? And Chris is a 365 guy when it comes to soccer. So before we bring him up, let's have a huge hand for Coach Valentini. All right, so I am going to bring our coach up. He's his 19th season. He's been with me the 19 years I've been here. Couldn't have a better soccer coach. Come on up, Coach Valentini.
Thank you very much, everybody, for coming tonight, and I want to thank the board and administration for having us and honor a particular team. We are all green and gold. We're all Westbury, so when we do well academically, we do well, athletically, we do well in the band, we do well outside the curricular activities. It's always a pleasure to celebrate together, so we appreciate that, especially this time of the holiday season, and we want to wish everybody the best, too. Enjoy your holidays. I'm kind of piggybacking on Dr. Bloom and going with that first. But I am going to have a little bit of time up here. This team is a very special team. Mr. Capps has said we did well last year, and we did. We won the conference. This particular group of seniors, they're a 2-time conference champ, 2-time semifinal appearance, 1-time county champ. I mean, it's a pretty good season for 4 years. And these guys have put in the work, and like Mr. Capps has said, not only am I a 365 guy, but so are they. Throughout the summer, we keep in touch. We play in the summer league with the town of Hempstead, which is fantastic. We iron out any kinks. We get together. We have celebrations, and a lot of things, like Mr. Capps has said, that happens 365 days a year, you don't have no idea about. We celebrate just like with our families. Thanksgiving, we do it. Christmas, every kid gets a gift bag. Halloween, we have the candy. It's towards the end of our season. It's a night celebration time. My wife and I, we go apple picking, and we bake pies for them. So this is as family as it can get. Just like I would break bread with my family for Christmas, this is my family as well, and we all, are Westbury. And that's something that's important to me. That's the way I was brought up, is to treat people with respect, treat people with kindness, and embrace them, whether they're the same or different. And that's something that we all need to do as well. Now, this particular team here, again, county champs, they started the season off very well, and then we had a 4-game slump where we were injured. We did not play well. We figured out our formation and the players who will be in those positions, and we really didn't look back. Now, we've always had the talent. And many of our school teams in middle school, they go 8-0, 7-1 every year. And then we don't get to the top of the hill on the high school level. Well, this team finally put in the extra effort, the extra time, and the most important thing we talked about this year is because when your talent fails, effort comes into play. Effort comes into play, and that will handle any of the downfalls, the pitfalls that you might have if your talent is not there that day. And the last thing that actually won us the county championship, and I think these guys will all agree, is discipline. And right now we're talking about self-discipline. Without discipline, ladies and gentlemen, you cannot accomplish the goals that you set to achieve. So again, if I'm out of position because I'm not disciplined enough to uphold my responsibility, there's a hole there. There's a gap. So remember, in life, not only on the pitch, off the pitch, we all have those responsibilities, and we all should remain disciplined in our lifestyle, whether it's in relationships, business, athletics, etc. So I think this team actually finally got the idea of being disciplined together. Soccer is an amazing sport because there's 11 guys on the pitch, and they all have to work together. If one guy doesn't uphold his responsibility, the castle crumbles. So again, it's so impressive that these guys were able to compete together as brothers, as family members. And I always tell these guys, high school soccer is like the World Cup of soccer. Okay, our nationality is not El Salvadorian or German or Spanish or Spain. We're all Westbury. That's our nationality. It's Westbury. We play with the people from our community. You're not on a club team where I get guest players here, I get amazing, most improved players here. I get most valuables from this guy. We play together. That's what makes it so special. You can't bring in outside guys who are ringers. You have to be talented and play together, be disciplined together. There's laughter, there's crying, there's blood, there's sweat, there's tears, but you do it all together. And when one guy falls down, the rest of us come and pick him up. And that's what's wonderful about this particular program. Guys who graduated 20 years ago, some guys that I didn't even coach, they all come back and root for this particular program. They love this program. They love you guys. They ask me all the time, who's that one? Who's that one? Who's that? Oh, he's good. And again, it's a proud moment for me when I get to talk about you. That's what's great for me. So we won the Nassau County Championship, first time in our history. These guys gave it everything they had. Yeah, sure. Give it up. We also have achieved some outstanding awards. We had 3 all-county players this year. Brian Rivas, Arvin Pereira, Edison Velasquez. We've had 2 honorable mention all-county players, which was Edwin Escobar and Brian Duran. And we've had many all-conference players as well. But this year, what was great is we had a player who won the Jim Steen Award. It's the best player in all of Nassau County for soccer. That was Edison Velasquez. And when it rains, it pours. When you do well as a team and you do well as an individual, the accolades just keep coming. So he got that award, best player in all of Nassau. That led to him being an all-state player, an all-regional player, and then an all-American. An all-American, yeah. He's one of the best players right now in all of the United States of America. And I'll be honest with you. Yeah, go ahead, Edison. I'll be honest with you, we have a couple of other players who should be up there as well. Brian Rivas is another amazing player. Arvin is another guy. Edison happened to get these awards, and it was a competitive, trail to get there. Oh, also on Sunday, please buy the Newsday because the All Long Island team for soccer will be out there. We should have 3 players in there. Edison is the All Long Island Player of the Year. Brian Rivas is on the first team of the All Long Island team. Brian, stand up. And Arvin, who's actually playing in a college showcase tonight, was on the second team of that particular group. All our guys are not here today. We have about 6 guys playing in a college showcase to get seen by other college coaches in a senior game, and then there's a rising star game. So it's nice that we have these kinds of availabilities. It's at Caniac. I usually go watch and cheer them on, and I speak to the coaches there as well. Tonight we're here, so we appreciate all that. But again, it's amazing that we have an All-American, and I don't think we've ever had an All-American soccer player. I know we haven't. Yannick Salmon was the other player that won the Jim Steen Award, and that was about 16 years ago, and he only got to be an All-Region player. So again, that's our highest, accomplishment that we've ever had. Listen, this group is amazing. They're treated as if, we're family, like I said. And we appreciate you all coming here and supporting us, administration, the board, everybody. It was a pleasure to see your faces in the stands, even though a lot of times we weren't paying attention to you because we had a job to do, you know what I mean? But we definitely appreciate the numbers and all the green and gold and the love and the support that you've given us. Thank you very much, as always. Thank you.
Coach, can you please introduce the players?
Oh, yeah, sure. Okay, we have Edison Velasquez. He's actually the All-American. Edison, you could stand up. We have Brian Duran. He was an all-honorable mention. We have Jeffrey Moran here as well. Eric Tercios. Mauricios Dominguez. Edwin Escobar. Jonathan Osario. Brian Bravo. We got Harry Cruz. We got Robert Lopez. Let's see here. Abel Aguilar. We got Berto Sanchez. Who's sitting next to you, Berto? Oh, K-Rod, yep. That's Kevin Rodriguez. Excellent. And Brian Rivas, how could I forget him? He's another all-county kid. And I forgot to show you the whole thing. So this is the Jim Dean Award that Edison won. Edison, hold yours up as well. This one goes to the school. We hold this for a year, and then we give it back unless one of the underclassmen could get it again. We'd love to keep it for 2 years in a row. Edison has his as well. His looks more like the Super World Cup. So again, like I said, when it rains, it pours. Once you start winning, and again, playoffs are very important, but making the playoffs is even more important. So again, the school year, season, when you win the conference is great, but it only gets you to another season. And once you get there, that's when they really made it count this year. They played phenomenal. I mean, Edison scoring a ton of goals for us, Brian Duran stopping everybody, and Brian Rivas actually is a lot of the reason why we had so much success this year. And there's offer for colleges left and right as well. We just got to see where we want to go and where we're able to go. So that's our next step. But again, thank you very much, people. We appreciate everything. Thank you.
Certificates from the board. Yeah. And boys, the Board of Education has certificates of excellence for all of you that Coach Valentini is going to be giving out to you.
Abel, come on up, Abel. Probably shouldn't have needed the mic before.
Yeah. He doesn't need it. Yeah. I also want to recognize our assistant coach and our JV coach. Our assistant coach is Thomas Garcia, who's a 2006 Westbury High School graduate. And our junior varsity coach is Mr. Nick Manudis, who is a high school teacher at Westbury High School.
All right, you'll hold on to the others. Yep, absolutely. And you know, we're so proud of both our girls swim team as well as our soccer team. And you know, what we don't do enough in this district, in my opinion, the few months that I've been here, we don't do enough bragging about our kids. We've got some fantastic rock star students. You guys are absolutely amazing. We'd like to take a picture. Make sure that the whole world can see you guys on social media because you are the pride of our district. So we're going to start with the girls swim team with their coach. Can you please just come?
Just before we do, can I just make a couple of comments if you don't mind? Coach, you know, your problem is you don't have enough pride or enthusiasm. But you know, really, your enthusiasm is positively contagious. And I'm sure that contributed to the team's success. You know, talent, as the coach said, is important, but really you need to have teamwork. And you know, Michael Jordan, I come from a basketball family, sorry, but Michael Jordan was the best basketball player on the planet, but he didn't have success until he learned to work into a team framework. And Coach, you should be congratulated for getting these guys together to work the way they did. And you know, my son had a coach who used to say, hard work beats talent when talent doesn't work hard. And clearly you guys, with the success you achieved, have really worked hard to get to the level that you've gotten to. But you know, it's really, winning is great, but it's not until you face adversity, when you're down, that reveals your character. And I want to tell you that game for the Long Island Championship was just so inspiring to me. There was a point when we were down 4-1, and you came back with a ferocity and determination like I've never seen before. And many of us in the stands were deflated and down for you when we were losing. I think it was 4-1. And you came back 4-2, and then quickly thereafter, it became 4-3. And you never died. You never said no. You never said we're down. You never lost your spirit. The only thing that ran out on you was the clock. But everybody from Westbury that was there, even though we took a loss, walked out with our chests thumping and our heads high because of the determination that you guys showed under adversity. And I was proud and inspired to be a Westbury resident because of you. Thank you so much.
So we'll ask the girls swim team if you can just come forth. We want to try to take a picture really quickly with your coach. We want to be able to display the talent that we have here in our school district, but also the academic achievement that goes along with your athleticism. So if you don't mind, we just like to brag on you just a little bit. And we invite our school board to join if you will. You're going to go around. Just stay there. However you wish.
Um, to our student scholars, looks to me like the ladies have left already. The boys soccer team, you're free to go also, and as long as you're going home to study, all right? Congratulations and thank you.
Ms. Boland, please make sure we get that one for he being All-American.
Good, congratulations.
We are very proud of our scholars, but we have board members also who deserve some commendation. Last night, Vice President Ewing was given an award by Senator Anna Kaplan for his contribution to our community. Very much deserved, Floyd. And I noted at the beginning of this meeting that Trustees Keynes and Trustee Bowling were both out, but would be joining us, and they have in fact arrived. But I wanted to point out that Trustee Keynes was reelected to the Water District last night as a commissioner. I want to commend him as well. I think he got a record percentage of votes with over 98% of the votes, so congratulations, Ron. We'll now move to that part of the agenda where we take comments and questions from the community. We'll first take questions about anything that pertains to tonight's voting agenda. And so if anybody in the audience has a question, please come to the mic. And if there's anybody at home or wherever you are, anybody watching via the live stream, I believe that there's a chat room where you can ask your questions. We'll start, though, with anybody who has a question who's here in the audience. Does anybody have a question? Mr. McGivens?
Last month's meeting, Mr. President, when the superintendent listed the new hires to the staff, I had asked a question if I could get an approximation of the total package to the district in terms of cost. I was taken aback when this figure was not available. Taken aback because I did not ask for the net amount. I asked for an approximation. And for those of you who are saying, here goes the Grinch, let me just say that in my 26 years of residency here, I've never not voted for a budget. I trust the people who give us the wish list as to what is needed to provide a sound basic education for our children and to provide the tools for the staff who will deliver that sound basic education.
All I'm saying is that I just want it from a fiduciary and a fiscal point of view to make sure that we are not having duplication of services here, that there's no overlapping, that we have made sure that all the resources in the district is being used, that we have done an assessment, that if we can enhance what we have here or that sort of thing. It's just a matter of following the money and to make sure that we are doing the right thing in terms of, accounting for every dollar and that they are well spent. So I don't know, having said that, if you have those figures available tonight.
Ms. O'Neill, at the last meeting, I know that Mr. McGibbons asked for it, so do you have that available?
Absolutely.
Yep.
Right now, I am pulling together the benefits portion of the individuals. And if you want to give me your email address, I can email you the number directly.
Yes, the same thing was said to me last month, that someone will get back to me. It's a month again. And is that the way we do things here? You're a place notice that we need to know. And you got 1 month's notice, and I'm again shocked that you don't have those numbers.
If you could give me your email address, I'd be more than happy to email it to you.
Mr. McGibbons, actually, it's not Ms. O'Neill's fault. You did ask, and we said we would have it, and actually that slipped. So I take responsibility for it, not her. And I will be on the phone with you tomorrow to make sure you have it.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good evening. Oh my goodness. Isabella Hamilton, Lomax, 565 Jefferson Street. I have a question on 6J, which is the extended tutorial for I think it's before and after school programs. And I was wondering why all the schools are not included or have representation for the programs. I didn't know if it was on another agenda or if these programs are already in place. So I'd like more information about that.
Dr. Bloom, I know that that's a personnel matter. Can you please answer the question?
Hello. So extended day approvals have been on the board agenda since August. So August was our approval where all the buildings were represented, August and September. And as time goes on, there may be some staff members who are no longer able to work the program, and we have to appoint substitutes, or we see there's an additional need for more staff members. So throughout from the start of our 2021-2022 school year, every building has been represented. If we were able to take every board agenda, you would see every school with multiple amount of teachers and staff that are working the program. And so on this agenda, there's a need for 2 of the buildings to have a few staff members appointed because we may have substitute positions or staff that committed are not able to work it. So cumulatively, every building is represented with a large amount of staff to work the program.
I don't know if it's, I guess it's still related to the program, and I don't know if it's part of the agenda or just a follow-up question, so I don't know if protocol is that I wait. But I'm just asking about how many students participate in the programs.
Does anyone have the exact number of students who participate in the program? We would have to collect that from our principals.
Okay.
So we don't have that information.
Okay. Something that
It's something that is definitely attainable.
Okay.
I remember last time I did ask for your information.
Yeah, and I did send an email. I went online and sent the email because I had the question about the building use for the Wave basketball team, and I haven't gotten a response. It's IZZY. I sent it to the email address where it says send your comments or concerns or questions. That's on the, yeah, okay. Yeah, that's fine. Well, everyone has it because I'm like PTA, so it's fine, but yeah, okay.
This time,
Okay.
I can have that. So we'll make sure you get that information.
Okay.
And we'll be on top of it.
Okay, all right, thank you.
And that's the number per after-school program.
Mm-hmm.
Hey then, everyone. My name is Allison Clonmel, Middle Camp Road in Westbury. Let me start out by saying happy, safe, and holidays to everyone. I'm here because I believe it's back in August or September, we were discussing about Whitson's and the money that should have been reimbursed, the money that was held. In which Woodson's was to reimburse us money that was which Woodson's was to reimburse us for funds that was being held in escrow at the time. This was around August or September when I asked about this and was told that you'd have an answer for us in October. So I'm just wondering, were we ever reimbursed that money? Did Woodson's work it out with their insurance company or whatever?
Well, Allison, I do remember having a discussion about that. In fact, we've had a discussion about that several different months since the end of the school year. I don't recall those saying that we have an answer in October because I don't know if we could ever give an answer in October. But I just want you to know that this is something that the board is discussing, or board's council is discussing with Whitson's, and it's ongoing discussions, and that may result in a lawsuit. So I would just ask pardon, because we really can't talk much about it right at this point.
Okay, so let me help you out a little bit. I'm saying the benefit of the doubt that it was August and September, and I remember plainly you saying that you would have an answer for us in October, and I waited. If I'm to be corrected, then correct me, but go back to those minutes in August and September. And we understood that money was being held, and I even asked you whether or not these people had insurance, and you said you didn't know, that's their business, what, and you haven't.
That's not what I said. What I said was.
Oh, so you do remember the conversation?
I do. I said I remembered it. So I just want to be clear, though. What I said was they may or may not have insurance. What's important to us is that we get paid the amounts owed to us under the contract. Whether it comes out of their corporate coffers or it comes from an insurer or some other means, really wasn't what was important to us. What's important is that the terms of the contract are abided by.
Okay, so now as of this date, yet that has still not been cleared up. We're still waiting.
I'm sorry. Yes. So there's ongoing discussions between our council, representing the Board of Education in the Westbury School District, and Whitson's council.
Any idea as to when we will have an answer?
No, I can't say that. It may actually go to court. And you know, the legal process can take a long time.
Was there money held in escrow?
No, there's no money held in escrow. There's no requirement, Ms. Clonmel, there's no requirement that money be held in escrow. Yeah, that's, typically that's not how contracts work. Vendors provide services, but they don't hold money.
Elaine Lovell, 18 Oakdale Drive, Westbury. First of all, I inadvertently failed to mention at the last board meeting. Okay. I failed to thank Mr. Stein, Bob Stein, for all his help in getting the grill working for the homecoming, and I deeply apologize for that. Also, I know that if I say the name wrong, Mary O'Neill, the new addition, she had something to do with it, and for that, we're thankful. Also, I'm not sure if I did mention Josh Shimsky, I think his name is, a Westbury High School teacher who has been helping us at the PTA for years, and I forgot to thank him also. So having said that, Mr. President, I'm not sure if at this point you're entertaining any concerns or questions other than the agenda items.
Well, there don't seem to be a lot of people who have questions, so why don't you go ahead and make any comments you'd like.
I could go ahead?
Sure.
Okay. Having said that, I have 3 concerns. Now, I'm not sure. Oh, you can hear?
Apparently that mic's not working well, so.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Okay, can you hear me better now? Okay. No, I have 3 concerns, like I said. And in fairness to other residents who might have a concern or a question, I just want to know, how would you like to do this? In terms of my 3 questions, I know at one time we had a 3-minute limit. So I'm not saying it's going to be 2 hours that I have to talk, but I want to know from you how you would like me to address these concerns.
I think you should start giving us what your concerns are, and we'll see where that takes us.
You know what? I can't even hear. Okay. What did you say?
I said, just tell us, you can give us your concerns.
Oh, okay. My first concern is this. I can't remember what month it was that I did ask about the COVID-19 mandate regarding the ventilation in district-wide. My question tonight here is, was that done? Is it completed for all the schools? Meaning, are we in alignment with what we were supposed to do concerning this mandate of COVID-19 regarding ventilations?
Good evening, Ms. Lavelle. You're correct. The district has earmarked monies through their stimulus money to address the ventilation concerns in the district. And I do want you to know that that project is well underway. I'm just going to ask Ms. O'Neill if she can just give us an update in terms of, and I see Mr. Foreman just left, he would have been great to give us an update, but Ms. O'Neill can give us an update as to where we are in terms of the funding source and the timeline by which we will complete the improvement of ventilation. Ms. O'Neill?
Thank you, Dr. Chase. We actually are having plans and specs developed by the architect that have to be submitted to State Ed for approval before we can begin work.
Okay.
I'm sorry, can I just give a little context for those who are not quite sure what Ms. Lavelle is speaking about? And this is BC, before Chase, so she wasn't part of this. But you're referring to the former governor requiring that schools have an engineering study done to be ensure that all the space that's used in a school has proper ventilation. And so that was meant to make sure that the virus would move around and move out and would not just be stagnate in a building where people would breathe it in and it would cause more incidents of COVID. There were several spaces, many spaces throughout the district, I think probably in every school, that didn't meet the standards required by the state. That caused us to have to take some office space out of use, and that was true for most of last year. Those conditions have not been fully addressed in every case, and you may be aware that most of the schools, if not all the schools, at least elementary schools, have portables. For the most part, they're behind them, where staff is using those portables until the ventilation projects are completed that Ms. O'Neill was referring to.
Now, my concern is this. At the August meeting, there was an item on the agenda regarding, and I have copies here, so this way you could follow along with me. It's okay to hand this out. Hope I have enough here. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you. Okay. Now, I see here that we have what's called office trailers, leases, and this was, I guess, in alignment with the mandates.
Remember, I
Okay.
referred to there being mobiles behind most of the buildings, and that office was, I'm sorry, office staff was using those.
Okay.
And that's what this is.
All right.
Okay.
Now, my question is, we have the trailers here in the district.
Yes.
Okay. Are they being used?
Not
As
as
of now? Yes.
Not as of yet.
Okay. Now,
But-
when did we receive these trailers? Anybody remember? No?
He said use the mic. He's
Okay.
asking you to use the mic.
Now, my other question is, say what? Oh, okay. My other question is the $39,000, $399, I think it is. What does this figure represent? Is it a monthly lease? How long is the lease for that we have these trailers in the 3 elementary schools?
Sure. Ms. O'Neill, can you answer Ms. Lavelle's question, please?
My understanding is that the trailers were leased for a period of, I believe, 16 months, but I will confirm that and send that home with, or send that to the superintendent.
Do we pay monthly, Ms. O'Neill? How does that work? And this $39,000, is it for all 3 units, the elementary school, or is it a one-time deal? What is it?
And again, I wish I had the information right in front of me so I could give you the accurate information. But if you would like, I can send a spreadsheet, if I can provide that to Dr. Chase to forward to you with the actual breakdown of the costs. I just don't have them in front of me.
I understand that, but we have 7 sitting board members here, and I have here the motion. And at this particular meeting, I believe, I'll start with you, Mr. Keynes. You were at the meeting, but you could not vote. I understand. Well, from what it looks like, you might have been here on Zoom. But I do believe there were 4 other board members here sitting that voted for this. So I am not sure if I am the only resident who this concerns, that my money is being spent 39th, and I don't even know, is it a monthly thing or, I am paying attention. You know why? It's my money, my tax dollars, and I am concerned about this. And the problem we have here in this district, we don't pay attention. Guess what? I am paying attention, and I need to know, okay? So That's this part of it. Now, secondly, I have in front of me this here. My question is tonight is, this is saying, we received 60, was it? You read it right, I can't even see. It looks like $66 million for Westbury School District. And of that, property taxes for Westbury residents for the first time in decades to be reduced. I need answers to this. Are we being given a 619 here? Because you know what? I see no decrease in my taxes. I don't know how many of you all in here that live in Westbury see this, but I ain't seen it. So guess what? Somebody has an explanation to give about this one here.
I'm happy to respond. I'm happy to respond as best I can, but I'm not sure I understand what you're saying. So that's a publication.
You didn't hear this?
I did.
Okay.
That's a publication from our state senator. It's not something that's been issued by the school district. But if it says that the Westbury school tax rate was reduced, that would in fact be accurate. The school tax rate, the rate per $1,000 of assessment, was reduced by this school board, and it was voted on and approved by the voters. Now you know, I believe you know, that your actual tax dollars are affected by a lot of different factors, including the assessment system that is run by Nassau County that the Westbury School District has no responsibility for at all.
I'd be done in just my last concern.
And nobody's rushing. Take your time. So nobody's rushing. You take your time.
Okay. This is my last question. I'm asking you, Mr. President, does the district presently have a paid, certified, professional locksmith on staff in Westbury?
I honestly don't know if we have a paid, certified, professional locksmith in our employ.
You don't know that?
And Mr. Foreman is saying we do not.
Okay. If not, who is in charge of this function as we speak? And if so, what are the duties of such a person or persons? Do you have a job description for that particular individual or individuals?
I'm not quite sure what you're alluding to. We've said that we don't have anybody in our employ. Mr. Foreman has said we don't have anybody in our employ that fulfills that function. I believe that means that we go to an outside vendor who provides that function. When you say a job description, we wouldn't have a job description for a vendor.
So is that what, Mr. Tran, are you telling me that is what is being currently done in Westbury?
Am I telling you that when we have the need for have locks installed, that we hire a vendor to do that? Is that what you're asking me?
Okay.
Or I'm asking, is that what you're asking?
No, I am saying, you said you go to an outside vendor?
Yes.
For
Mr. Foreman
locksmith work.
Mr. Foreman, who's sitting behind you, has indicated that when we have a need for a locksmith, we hire a vendor from the outside.
Okay.
Please, Mr. Foreman, you'd like to expand on that, please do.
I wanted to clarify this. When I listened carefully to what you're asking about a paid professional locksmith. We have an employee who is in the district who does do lock work for us when he can and if he's up to that level. When it rises above his level, then we seek the expertise and experience of a professional locksmith. He does do some regular lock work. His title is not locksmith. And that's, I just wanted to qualify. Yes. Yes, he does. Well, I don't call it locksmith work. He works on our locks. He adjusts certain locks when he can. He has, over the years, evolved into doing that. He does custodial duties. He does that. He works on the pool. He's a very versatile employee.
Thank you, Mr. Foreman. Now, that's the side on here.
We should, you were making the point about the mobiles or the office trailers that are called in the resolution, and you expressed a concern that the taxpayers' money perhaps is not being spent wisely. But I just want to point out, just confirming with Ms. O'Neill, that, not that we should still watch the money, but that money is not being paid for by taxpayers. It's in fact being paid by a grant from the federal government.
Okay. All right. Mr. Foreman just explained a little bit of something to me that don't sit good with me at all. How could you be a custodian and doing keys at the same time? Who is responsible for making these keys and installing these doors and the door handles? Is this the same person? He said a custodian and a pool operator. Now, where in this person's job description is changing these keys? Where is this? Also, who does the installation of the card readers within the district, meaning the buildings, to be precise? Let me just back up for a moment. I am referring to the scholarship, if you know what I mean, scholarship, which has the ability for one to be allowed entry or denied access, meaning ID cards. Who does this function for our district? Now, having gotten to that point, is this the function of the security department, or is it technology? I am totally lost and confused. Where are the checks and balances in this district? What are we doing? Do we have people walking around here dead and not paying attention? Well, I am, and I need to know. Those of us who were here, remember, what happened 6 or 7 years ago? We lost at least $95,000 worth of computers. Who grew feet, legs, and maybe even wings and flew out of here without a trace. What are we doing here?
I just want to, I wasn't on the board at that point.
I'm never pointing fingers at nobody, but let me tell you something. Westbury and the board trustees, it's on you to get some checks and balances in this place, okay? We can't continue to function like this. There's no need for that. People should be assigned jobs and should work in that capacity. We cannot do this. I am going to be paying attention and paying attention much more. Because you know something? I still have to pay my taxes. I'm not tax exempt. If the other residents want to stay here in their house and don't pay attention, Elaine Lavelle ain't doing that. I'm going to be here. As long as God gives me the strength, I'm here. And I'm here to fight. And I rest my case. After tonight, let me just say this. My new name is Trouble. That's what it is. But you know what kind of trouble this is? Good trouble. Because I'm here to work on behalf of my family, my community, and Westbury. I got nothing else to say. That's it. I'm paying attention, and I'm watching my dollar.
Thank you, Mr. Lavelle. Are there any other questions or comments? I said, thank you. Good evening, Mr. Campbell.
Oh, good evening, good evening.
Haven't seen you here in a while.
Yes, it's finals at the university, so I got cut loose early tonight. But good evening, everyone. Good evening, and congratulations to our student athletes who did so well in swimming and soccer. But if I could make a suggestion, and this is just a suggestion, that I know you were taking some pictures. I think it would be nice if we send out a correspondence to the rest of the student athletes so they could be included in the picture also. Just give them one more shot maybe to take the pictures with you, because you know parents might see these pictures and say, my child didn't know that the pictures weren't taken and stuff like that, and it might be in the, you know, the Westbury Times or the newspaper or something, or on the website. So I would, you know, suggest that you, if you could do this again, just do that for them, because they really did well.
Sorry, Calvin, just so we can really understand what you're referring to, are you saying we should invite every student who's a member of an athletic team?
No, just the guys that did well. Just the guys. Just the guys that did well. The swim team, I know there were 2 young ladies here.
The students that weren't able to, are part of those teams that weren't able to come. Okay.
Right, so that they don't feel left out, that they contributed but they weren't part of the picture. If you could, you know, if you can do it. It's not always. And just one thing about the as Ms. Lavelle was talking about the locks and so forth, is there somebody on site that is doing the card readers for the locks, or it's a private company?
I'm going to ask Mr. Foreman to come to the mic.
Card readers are installed by the same fellow who does some of the work on the locks, if and when the job is a small job. We have also had professionals install them as well. For example, the bond work in the middle school, there were people installing those.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I don't do this much anymore, but my background is IT. But you might want to have separation of duties where that's concerned, because now you're not able to know who is installing and who might have access to get in these buildings after they are recoded. Meaning, for instance, you might have sensitive data in sensitive areas. Now, if you don't know who has access to it, I mean the people, that they should be certified. Not only that, but they should sign an agreement, right, that they're the one that's doing the work and they cannot disclose any information whatsoever. So you should have that on file for each individual that is actually doing this. You don't want to have back doors for people to come and probably have a card made that they can swipe in. I know at the university we use Blackboard, which is another kind of software, but we actually have to have a signing for everybody who works on any one of those locks, right? Who did it last, and if they are employed by the university, or if it's an outside vendor, then we recode it, we change the codes, so only individuals that have access to those buildings or rooms can swipe in, so you create an access list. That's what I'm saying. So you can't just have anybody installing and don't know who might be able to provide access to these doors to your sensitive data. So, I mean, I can give you some more info on it, but I think you might be mindful to understand that when in this day and age, especially with technology, you have to be very careful. There are very malicious people around, and sometimes they have good intentions, but they leave back doors open for people to come in and get to your data.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Happy holidays and Happy New Year.
I am correct. You did open it up, right, to things not necessarily on the agenda? Or, I do have an agenda it's like related to the agenda.
Go ahead.
Okay. Do I need to say my name again?
You need to say your name
And address.
Well,
Okay,
I'll give you the
Isabella
address.
Hamilton, Lomax, 565 Jefferson Street. So I was at the middle school today. My son has track, so thank you for approving the building use for PAL. The kids love it. But one of the things I noticed is there's still construction happening at the school, but particularly what piqued my interest is it seems like there are a number of workers who are repaving or redoing the asphalt that was just recently put down or applied for the walk space in front of the parking lots, and right as you enter the driveway. Seemed odd since it's fairly new paved sidewalks and entryways and curbs. So I wanted to know more about that. And I do see that there is an agenda item on that. I think it's 070, I believe. It's under the finance section where it says asbestos abatement, asphalt paving, and parking at Westbury Middle School. So I was wondering if we are paying for corrective work if there were defects in the paving that was done initially, because I know that part of the delay, or I believe that part of the delay in opening the middle school was the parking lot needed to be done, and if that resulted in this rework, and if we're paying for that. And then I was wondering when...
Can I respond to that question before people lose sight of it? And Mr. Foreman, maybe you can come and speak to any repaving that's going on. But Ms. Hamilton, I can tell you that we don't pay for any rework due to faulty construction anywhere in the construction process.
That exact question, I'm sorry, but I'm not aware of any repaving that we're doing. And I would also have to cite that we would never be paying for something twice. It just doesn't happen. So.
Okay, so what is...
And I just want you to also know that the board hired a construction manager that oversees the entire process.
Okay.
And they make sure that we're not paying for work that has to be redone. In fact, sometimes they force the contractor to do rework that doesn't meet what they think are the correct specifications.
Okay. So what is the asphalt paving that I believe is on the agenda for tonight? Where on the grounds is this asphalt paving? Because maybe I jumped to conclusions, right? I saw them working, so maybe it's not that, but where is this paving taking place?
This is taking place at the middle school, and I will say that this is an older resolution. This is a resolution that should have been added on a few months ago.
So this is approval for work that was done months ago?
No, it's a secret process that we have to do for state ed approval.
Okay, so I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with secret is. So why is it being done months later?
It's part of the SED, the State Education Department approval process. We had to have the board resolution done in order to move forward with our state ed paperwork.
To pay for the work or have the work done?
To have the project approved by the State Education Department.
Okay, so we did the project prior to getting approval?
No.
So if you're...
We have several projects that the board will talk about, that, you know, they'll discuss the portables, they'll discuss the energy performance contract, but it takes us several months to actually get approval from the State Education Department before we can really do anything, before we can start work. So when I was looking on the website a few moments ago, we actually received approval for the energy performance contract that the voters approved or that the district approved quite some time ago. So what you may approve or discuss or what the voters or the board approved a year and a half ago, we may finally just be getting state ed approval on that. And the SECRA process, the SECRA resolutions that you see, is just part of that process and part of what the state education department requires us to do.
Okay, so is this item approval or acceptance of the approval that was provided by the state?
These
Isabel, can I just ask you,
I'm
which
sorry,
resolution, which resolution are you referring to?
It's under finance, it's O. So, finance section 7O? 7, I'm sorry?
This is for the west side of the property. On the other side of the...
It's closest to Post Avenue? Right. Oh, okay. Thank you. That's very helpful, Mr. Ewing. Okay, because that's not done. Okay, so then that work hasn't been done yet. So then now I'm really confused. So are we getting approval before we start the work?
The state will not approve the project unless we have these SECRA approvals. It's part of the state education department process.
Okay.
Mary, I think we have to, I think we owe it to people who are listening to explain what the SECRA process is.
Now with that one, it's been a while since I've discussed the SECRA process. I would request that I have the architect or the construction manager, because they're the ones who give us that, but it's an environmental impact, I believe.
That's correct. And so any work that's done by any government requires that someone take responsibility for doing the SECRA, which is an environmental analysis. In this case, and it could actually be, for example, it could be the town of North Hempstead that does the SECRA analysis, but in this case, the school district is performing its own SECRA, and we're doing that based on a recommendation from our architects and our engineers.
Okay,
And that's, and that's a requirement of every project.
Right, so I understand that.
Okay.
I was confused because I assumed that it was the work in the parking lot, which was already done.
Right.
And generally, that would be, approval would be done before work would begin. So now that Mr. Ewing pointed out that it's closest to Post, now I understand, because that work hasn't been done yet. So the asbestos abatement, it's all in that, so it's not in the building. I just want to confirm that, because we still have students, and I was wondering when that work was going to be done, because I know that you're still working on other parts of the building outside of the new wing. Okay. And then I had a question. There was, I wish I had brought it. I'm not as prepared as Miss Elaine, but there was, you know that the town newspaper and has all the advertisements in it, and then there's generally like some special interest pieces about Long Island. And it was talking about how school districts on Long Island are putting in or installing rooms for student health. And there was a lot of discussion about opportunities for social emotional wellness for students. And I was so glad, because I know Dr. Chase is all over this subject for our students. And I know that we are space limited, but I was wondering, in terms of opportunities for our students to decompress, is there an opportunity for us to offer this, or are we offering this through our physical education department? I know that some of the schools have converted their gymnasiums, unfortunately, into classrooms, but anything we can do from a physical perspective in terms of yoga or any other type of self-care that we can teach our students.
So I too was intrigued by that article. I was a little jealous, actually. One of the things that I've asked Ms. O'Neill to earmark in our So I was intrigued by that article as well. And one of the things that I've asked Ms. O'Neill to do is, as we are redefining some of our grant money, is to specify in detail what a sensory space would look like at each building. And that was one of the things that we discussed. So it's in discussion in terms of a sensory space at each building. Not necessarily a room, but a space where a person can decompress, if you will, a person can self-regulate. I see that the Barclay Center has a new space for that, for those of you who are Nets fans. And, you know, even though I'm not, but for those of you who are Nets fans, thank you, Brandon. There's a therapy room, a therapy space it's designed for children who might need a timeout. So we've been having those conversations, but not because of that article. We've had those conversations previously because I know that they are necessary, and not just for our students, but also for our adults in the building who just might need to get away for a moment, might need a moment of tranquility, if you will, a peace spot. So we've been having those conversations. So I think we're all on the same page. You're welcome.
Chiquita Combs, 262 Grand Boulevard, Clerical Unit President. I do have a question in regards to the appointment, civil service, full-time. Now, when I originally printed the planning agenda, I didn't see this new hire account clerk provisional appointment. However, it has appeared on this evening's agenda, and I was somewhat taken aback. I would have thought that any new hire, the union leadership would have found out or would have had some type of knowledge of beforehand. Was this individual actually interviewed for this particular position? Which I guess is in the business office.
Ms. O'Neill, please. That's the placeholder position that was a placeholder last week.
Yes, we actually canvassed the current list. We were unsuccessful in appointing off of that list. We had to, correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Bloom, but we had to request from the county that it was a provisional status. We then posted, we advertised again, we held interviews and selected the candidate.
So this individual was interviewed by the district?
Yes.
Right now, there's a number of people in the business office. How many individuals are currently there? Is it a safe environment for the number of people that are in that space? I think there was a maximum of 13 clericals at one time.
So this position is to fill a retirement. So there's a member of the business office who's retiring, and this is a replacement position.
And yes, it is a safe space to work.
Okay.
We would never.
And the number of individuals in that space?
But Ms. Collins, before you continue, let me just be very clear, because you did ask a question, and I just want to make sure that I clarify for the community.
Sure.
We would never put current, new employees in a position that's unsafe. Every person.
No, I wasn't implying that.
Okay, but I don't want anybody to misinterpret.
Oh, okay.
Right? So I want to make sure I clarify that. It's a safe environment.
And how many individuals in that space?
I also want to add that the position was posted, so I'm not quite sure why you didn't see it. And it was on the planning agenda as well, the agenda there.
Well, more so as far as, it just seems 2 weeks since the planning agenda, I printed it myself and I didn't see it on there. So now it's 2 weeks later, and I'm wondering, within that 2 week period of time, this individual was interviewed and hired, or to be hired. Was this individual already working in the district?
So I think I know, but when it comes to personnel matters,
right,
we just have to be careful. And I know you know that.
And I'm not speaking names or anything.
I know.
But I'm talking position.
But you're talking a position, but it's attached to a person's name. So it's already a descriptor.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Mr. Dr. Dickey?
Did I hear you say that this particular resolution was not on the planning agenda? I'm sorry.
All the names weren't on the original planning.
Okay, would you
I have a
kindly
copy
tell
of
me
that.
which resolution you're referring to?
That is 2021-2022 D, appointment, civil service full-time.
60.
60?
Is this-
Okay, all right.
All right, then, how many people are in that space in the business office right now? Do we have a number? No.
Dr. Bloom and I just counted. There are a total in the whole,
Yeah.
whole office. There are 14. There are 4 offices. So that would leave 10 out in the outer office, and 2 of those 10 are part-time staff.
Thank you. Have a good evening, good holiday.
Ms. Simon, do you have a question?
Dinesh Forbes, 60 Sudbury Lane. I just have a question about transportation because I've put it out there before, I've gotten no answer. Is there a time that you inform parents when the buses are not going to make the stop at the time that was given? The bus is supposed to make a stop at 7:01 at Sudbury Lane. They have not done that. They've pushed back the time to 7:25 or 7:26. I was not informed of that, and that makes my child late for the BOCES. I emailed someone, and I got no response at all. I've called the transportation office. Somebody by the name of Mr. Little was supposed to get back to me. Nobody has gotten back to me. I spoke to somebody else. They said, oh, they're going to follow up on it. Nobody's taken any accountability.
So thank you for sharing that, and I am so sorry that you're experiencing that. We have a brand new transportation supervisor in our school district. He just started, I don't know, about 2 weeks ago. His name is James Popkin, and I'm gonna give you his email address. Please make sure that you email him directly, and it's jpopkin@westburyschools.org. And to answer your question, if there is a bus change and a bus schedule change, and I really believe that we were right on target with informing parents, and I don't know how you were not, I'm sorry, how you were
I said
not.
apparently not, because
Yeah,
I've called
well,
several times.
sure.
I've even emailed, and I got no response.
Sure, again, I'm sorry about that. I'm sorry. So I apologize about that, you know, and we have been making a lot of improvements in transportation since the beginning in August and September, and that should not have happened. And yes, we do inform our parents if there is going to be a pickup time change or drop-off time change. But I'm going to ask that you reach out to Mr. Popkin tomorrow, and please make sure that you're, I'm sorry?
Could you spell that again?
Sure, it's jpopkin@westburyschools.org. And I am pretty sure.
Just started, you said
I
2 weeks?
am certain he will address your issue immediately. And he was here earlier, and he just left.
Okay,
Oh,
so-
actually, no, he's sitting right there.
He's right there.
There you go. Sorry, I didn't see you behind her. Mr.
so
Popkin,
there's-
there you go. There's the
there's
boss.
no Mr. Little?
I don't know who that is.
Okay.
Okay,
So
so
apparently
I-
somebody gave me somebody's name that doesn't belong here?
I don't know who that is. Mr. Popkin, can you please address this lady's issue? This is, you know, for her child, please.
Yes, absolutely, thank you. This is a connecting, high school child that connects to another, to the Barry Tech program? Yeah, absolutely. So we do transport the high school students that have the AM Barry Tech program to the high school here, and then those students do get onto a connecting shuttle from the high school to the Barry Tech program. If there's any issue with timing, we'll certainly ensure that the high school route gets here in adequate time for the students to make that connecting shuttle.
Well, I think there is an issue. It's supposed to be at Barry Tech at 7.
Yeah, that's correct.
And the bus is now up at 7:06. Get them to the high school to get them on time.
So
and that's a change in time because they were supposed to be there at 7:01.
we absolutely want our Barry Tech students to get to the program on time. So I will work with you to ensure that that route is here on time and your child can make that connecting shuttle.
Mr. Popkin, can you just please let her know how she can just reach you immediately? You don't have to do that publicly, just if maybe you guys can just go off on the side and just address that. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. I would just add that our buses, it's likely coming from the middle school, which is causing that delay in the morning.
The bus?
Yes. Our buses will do the middle school first. They'll drop off at the middle school, and then they'll start to pick up the high school route. So there may be some kind of a delay on that. We try to stack our buses to use service multiple schools. So we'll certainly take a look at it and make any adjustments that are necessary. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mom. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Popkin. Are you guys going to exchange information? Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Mr. President, I just want to piggyback on what Mr. Campbell said a few minutes ago regarding the security problem. And I hope that all trustees are paid attention to the points he made about the security, safety, and privacy aspect of the points he made. Because going back to what Mr. Lavelle reminded us of what happened several years ago with those computers walking out of here, I just hope that that's underscored. It's understood that this practice that's going on now could cease as a matter of urgency beginning to. Because this to me is a very, very serious. Thank you very much.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Anna, 35 State Street, 235 State Street in Westbury. Anna Simon. I just wanted to make everyone aware that there is a nationwide TikTok social media post related to school violence and schools being attacked. To name a few, Call Place, Comac, and Syosset has put a plan in place. What safety measures are being put in place for our district so that our children and faculty, staff, and everyone is safe?
Hi, Ms. Simon. So our technology, most of these threats are coming in through technology. Dr. Dina Kohler, our technology director, has extended our firewalls. He's extended our email protection so that I forgot the title that he gave me or the name that he gave me, but he has indicated an extended security system so that if in fact there are strange emails, strange things that come up on our technology, it will be signaled and red flagged immediately. Oh. In addition, we are in conversations with a security firm right now who is going to take a hard look at our emergency plan, to take a look at our safety plan, to help us to revise it and to make recommendations for improvement. So we are in that process.
Okay, I kind of understand what you're saying,
sorry.
but
I think before you got here, Dr. Chase spoke to the, I guess you might call it the TikTok challenge, and that the Nassau County Police are going to be sending extra patrols around to all the schools.
exactly, that's what I'm saying, because in Brooklyn, one of the schools were attacked today. Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. I'm saying the schools are actually getting attacked.
Sure.
From because there's people mimicking that TikTok. And
I know. So Ms. Simon, today I actually issued a letter to all of our families. I'm not sure if you received it or not.
I haven't been home yet, so I'm...
Okay, so if you could just check your email, it's there waiting for you. It's a letter from me, which was sent to the entire staff. And just today, Nassau County Police Department held a press conference
Okay.
And at that press conference, and I indicated in my letter that Nassau County Police will have additional vigilance of all schools within Nassau County, which includes Westbury Union Free School District.
Okay.
We've put our administrators on high alert as well. They received a second message from me about this TikTok challenge. And this isn't the first. This is like the third within like 3 weeks. So we are fully aware. We stay abreast to all of the latest threats. We do have a relationship with the police department. I have an app on my phone called Rave, so that if in fact there are any threats that are nearby, I get an alert immediately.
Right.
In addition, my secretary gets an alert, and all of the principals do as well.
Okay.
So I think that we have a plan.
Okay, thank you. And if I may, if everyone in here, or most parents in here have children that's in the school district, if in fact your child shows you something on TikTok that a crime is being committed, please alert the police. Please call them and let them know what you have so they could go ahead and do what they need to do. Thank you.
Thank you. And on that note, too, Ms. Simon, we've actually issued information to our staff and our administrators on what to do if, in fact, they are approached by one of our scholars who might show them something on TikTok or Snapchat.
Okay.
So we have that in place as to what they should do if that should happen.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much for your question.
problem.
Thank you, Officer Simon.
Oh, she's an officer. That's why. Got it.
I'm sorry I'm coming back up here again, but I didn't look at the agenda before. And I do see here Miss the finance person, Miss Mary, if I call you that. I see here that about the administrative trailers. I just realized what you were saying, that actually we are awaiting approval of this project, meaning the temporary administrative trailers at Drexel, Dryden, Park, and Powell's. Now, I'm wondering, did we put the buggy in front of the horse here? Because we went and got these trailers, and we never got approval yet. So these trailers are just sitting there, and we paying for them? That's my concern right now.
So the trailers, my understanding is that our architects have been working with the state education department, and the state has been assisting all districts with COVID-related things and they have some special guidelines. So they are aware that we have the trailers and that we are working with them to actually install them.
Okay. Now, maybe, I know I have to direct the question to you, and you may have to go to superintendent. I don't know how you're going to do this. However, in the absence of adequate space for staff that were actually housed in offices or classrooms, they're actually, how you say it now, have to be housed somewhere while they are getting the trailers ready or getting their rooms ready as for COVID-19. Now, they are displaced, and I'm sure there are offices or classrooms that are not being utilized at this point. What are the offices doing, or the offices, or the classroom space? What is being done to them? Are they just sitting there? Are they being utilized for something else while the work is not being done to them? They're just sitting there, these office space and classes. Are they being used for storage or what? What's going on with that?
Ms. Lavelle, we don't have any classroom spaces that are just idle. We're using all of our classroom spaces. We're using every nook and cranny in our school district. While we are awaiting ventilation space, there are things in which we're doing, such as there are the plastic barriers, there are those smaller machines to provide, extra ventilation in addition to, making sure that everyone is socially and physically distanced. We have systems in place and protocols in place so that we create a safe environment. We know that we can create a safer environment by having these trailers. So no, we're not just sitting idle. People are still productive. People are still working to the best of their ability and the best of their capacity. No one is not in a appropriate workspace. Now, there are spaces that people may not necessarily like for whatever personal reason, but no one is in an inappropriate workspace that makes them counterproductive.
I know, and I appreciate that, and I do know that the administrators are doing their utmost best to actually make sure that their staff is okay. I know that. Okay, now I'm done now for the night, Mr. Triano. You ain't gonna see my face. I'm done, sir. However, Isabella came up earlier, and I think she was talking about the wellness rooms or something. Now, I found this in the, I don't know what you call it, the home saver that has the coupons in it. And I'm gonna tell you something, I was quite thrilled by what I saw in here. And this brings to mind what Dr. Chase presented with her psychologist regarding our students and staff being in need of a place to relax and talk about all their negative experiences this COVID has affected us. So I did make copies here for everybody. And this is a positive note, okay? So if I offended anybody tonight, I'm not going to apologize, but I really mean what I said tonight. So having said that, I'm ending this on a positive note.
Are those copies for us? I'm sorry. Are those copies for us? You shouldn't have to pick them.
Oh my God.
I'll fix it for you.
No worries. Two different, this is the top and that's the second.
Thank you.
Okay? Sure.
All right.
Okay, Isabella Hamilton, Lomax, 565 Jefferson Street. Okay, I have a parent asking me about the TikTok challenge, and she would like to know, have there been any specific threats in any schools in the Westbury School District, and is it safe to send her child to school tomorrow?
Excellent question. If you're listening, my letter clearly indicates that there are no threats, direct or indirect threats to the Westbury Union Free School District, and we look forward to welcoming your child to school, to our safe school tomorrow.
Can someone tell me if there are any questions in the chat room from people who are participating in the live stream? Take that as a... We'll now move to the portion of the agenda where we, thank you, where we vote on tonight's resolutions. I'm going to ask that we, at some point, I'm going to ask that we do a block vote, and we vote all the resolutions all at one time as best we can. But I just want to call out some people who are on tonight's agenda and give them special recognition. I'm sorry? Yeah, I will when we get there. Thank you. We're very happy to I'm just going to ask that Dr. Charmaine Gardner please stand for a moment. In a few minutes, the board will be voting on a resolution to appoint Ms. Gardner as our new department chairperson in the middle school for mathematics. Ms. Gardner, Dr. Gardner, I'm sorry, is a longtime veteran of our school district. We're very proud that she's stepping up into this new role, and we wish you great luck, and we have confidence you're going to do just great. Let's give Dr. Gardner a round of applause. Thank you. We also have some new teachers that are going to be joining us. We have a Mr. Declan Hogan who's here. And Daniel, is it Donnell or Daniel? Daniel Pasadino. And both of them are being appointed as probationary teachers. We hope to see you back here, maybe before them, but certainly in 4 years for your 10-year appointment. We want to also recognize the addition of a part-time teacher, Amanda hope I pronounced your name correctly, Ladenheim. Is she still here? Hi, Amanda. And we have a new person in our business office, Ms. Colleen Lambert. And we also want to recognize her mom who's sitting with her. Her very proud mom. Colleen will be replacing another longtime employee and a Westbury graduate, Ms. Gail Martini, so we want to wish Gail great luck in her retirement. And we're very happy that we have, we're very happy that we have two teaching assistants receiving tenure tonight. They are not here in person, but they are, or at least they were, and I assume they still are, watching remotely. Let's give them a hand as well. Ms. Donna Brody and Linda DeAngelis. Thank you all, and congratulations and good luck to all of you. Okay, now, please, everybody, try and keep me honest here. I think I have all the resolutions in order, but I always manage to mess this up. So first, I'm going to ask that we have a motion to block vote the following items: 5A through 5N, 6A through 6R, 7A through 7I. We're going to skip 7J for now. 7K through 7Q, 8A through 8M, 10A, 11C, and 11D. And please check that I have everything.
So moved.
I guess that's confirmation that I got it right. I'm sorry? No, I must have overlooked 6S. So there is a 6S? Okay, so I want to amend that to include 6A through 6S, not just through 6R. I want to include 6S as well. Okay,
So
I got
moved.
2 thumbs up. Okay. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Been moved by Vice President Newman. Do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by I'm not sure who. Do you have that, District Clerk?
Trustee Wilson.
Trustee Wilson, thank you. Motion to block those items, block vote those items has been moved and seconded. Ayes, Trustee Keynes.
Aye.
Trustee Dickerson.
Aye.
Trustee Bowling.
Aye.
Trustee Wilson.
Aye.
Trustee Quintanilla.
Aye.
Vice President Ewing.
Aye.
And I, Robert Troiano, vote aye. Motion carries unanimously, 7-0. Can I now have a motion to approve those items that we just approved for a block vote? Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Dr. Dickerson.
Second.
Seconded by Vice President Ewing, I believe. It's been moved and seconded. Ayes, Trustee Keynes.
Aye.
Trustee Dickerson.
Aye.
Trustee Bowling.
Aye.
Trustee Wilson.
Aye.
Trustee Quintanilla.
Aye.
Vice President Ewing.
Aye.
And I, Robert Troiano, vote aye. Motion carries unanimously. May I have a motion to withdraw item 7J?
Second.
Been moved by Dr. Dickerson. Do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Trustee Quintanilla. Ayes. Trustee Keynes.
Aye.
Trustee Dickerson.
Aye.
Trustee Bowling.
Aye.
Trustee Wilson.
Aye.
Trustee Quintanilla.
Aye.
Vice President Ewing.
Aye.
And I, Robert Troiano, vote aye. Motion carries unanimously. Congratulations to all of you that we pointed out before. You are now hired and/or promoted. There are no more agenda items. The board is now going to go into executive session to discuss items of personnel. I anticipate that we will be in executive session until about 11 o'clock. When we come out of executive session, there will be no votes other than to vote to come out of executive session and to vote to adjourn. I want to wish, before we take a vote to go in executive session, I want to wish everybody that celebrates Christmas to have a Merry Christmas and Kwanzaa, have a Happy Kwanzaa, and for all, have a wonderful, Happy New Year. I was very happy to see the year 2020 go by and enter the year 2021. I am now equally happy to see 2021 go by and enter the year 2022. Happy New Year to all. Good night.
Good night.
May I have a motion now to go into executive session for the reasons stated?
So moved.
Been moved by
Trustee Bowling.
Trustee Bowling. Do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by, I think that was Trustee Wilson?
Yes.
Thank you. Trustee Keynes?
Aye.
Trustee Dickerson? Trustee
Aye.
Bowling?
Aye.
Trustee Wilson?
Aye.
Trustee Quintanilla?
Aye.
Vice President Ewing?
Aye.
And I, Robert Troiano, vote aye. We are in executive session. Thank you.
two, test 1, 2. Yeah. Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2.
So moved. Second. Aye.
Can I have a motion to come out of executive session? It's been moved. Do we have a second? Moved by
Second.
Ms. Bowling, seconded by Vice President Ewing. Ayes. Trustee Keynes?
Aye.
Trustee Dickerson? Aye. Trustee Bowling? Trustee Wilson?
Aye.
Trustee Quintanilla?
Aye.
Vice President, look like you were thinking about that, Pedro.
Aye.
Vice President Ewing?
Aye.
And I, Robert Troiano, vote aye. Motion carries unanimously. Can I have a motion to adjourn? Moved by Robin Bowling.
Second.
Second?
Second.
Second by Vice President Ewing. Ayes. Trustee Keynes?
Aye.
Trustee Dickerson? Aye. Trustee Bowling? Trustee Wilson?
Aye.
Trustee Quintanilla?
Aye. We have to go?
Vice President Ewing?
Aye.
Robert Troiano, vote aye. Motion carries unanimously. Good night, and that concludes the last meeting of the year.
Good night.